Order. Order. Yesterday, the official opposition began their first round with 16 minutes of questions. Today, they will resume that round with the remaining 44 minutes. I now recognize the official opposition, and I recognize the Honourable MLA for, I had this, Fairview Clayton Park. I'll have it next time.
Thank you so much. I'd like to focus on some immigration questions, if I may. We have been receiving a lot of inquiries about immigration. I can say just in the 3-4 months that I've been MLA, I've received over 70 questions from folks about not hearing back about their applications, so just to sort of get an idea of the program, can the minister tell us how many applications for the Nova Scotia nominee program were received in the last fiscal year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
I'd like to thank the member for the important question. I don't have the exact number, but what I can say is that we have, like Nova Scotia is a fantastic place to live. A lot of people want to come here. Right now we have an inventory of over 6,000 applications. I understand that there are any delays that can be frustrating for processing applications, and we really are working and we're streamlining these processes. We're maintaining reviews. We have to make sure that all the applicants meet the eligible criteria.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you for that. And I believe the minister sort of answered my next question, but if I can get a little bit more an elaboration on, in terms of both the applications received and the numbers approved, how does this compare to previous years? Well, I guess if you don't have the numbers right away, maybe that could be tabled before the end of the sitting. But how does that compare to previous years? And are we seeing a significant increase in the applications over the last few years?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. Again, I don't have the total numbers as mentioned. One thing I can talk about, though, perhaps, and it may be some benefit, is just our total use and the numbers of applicants that come through. In 2020, we would have had 3,517. By 2021, it was 4,106. 2022, we were up to 4,341. 2023, we're at 6,784, and at the last update at 2024 would have been 5,943.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park.
I really appreciate the breakdown. Thank you very much. So we have heard, before I go into my question, actually, I'm just going to take a step back and talk about what we are hearing the most from constituents, because I believe that there is a logical explanation. I just want to know what it is, I guess. The majority of folks reaching out are saying that they've applied a year ago or more. Most of the emails we've been getting are folks that have applied in March of 2024 or earlier. I believe the processing time on the website shows 6 months, but it also does say that there is a lot being processed. Now, with that being said, what our office has heard from folks in the department is that the reason for the delay is because priorities in terms of what is needed for immigration or skills has shifted. Is that in fact the case, and is that being communicated to the applicants?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
I'm not aware of any processing times that would have been on the website. We have some key priority sectors that we really have to focus on. Some of them would be within the healthcare and construction sector. There would be other pockets of like, we don't want to shock an economy, we don't want to take our workers away and stuff. But really, we have to look at those priority sectors. If we're looking at, I believe that Nova Scotia is really at a great time right now. It's at a pinnacle, and we got to get the people that we need to continue to build the homes. We hear often about that in question period, about getting more construction and stuff. But with a key focus on those sectors, and healthcare has always been a priority. So what I can say is, we're ensuring we're looking at what some of the expiry times on some of the applicants, and just recognizing that we gotta work within our priorities, but we have to be responsible in our growth and help business.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I do appreciate that that's the case. That, you know, it would make sense that, priorities shift based on what is needed. So, diving into that a little bit, we have been told that that under the accommodations and food services sector, applications have not been accepted into that stream since April of 2024. Is that two questions? Is that pause still in place? And the second part is, does this pause impact folks whose applications are in progress under that stream currently?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
I'm going to start with, I recognize this. This is stressful. I recognize this is a stressful time. I recognize it's there's a lot on people's minds, and I want to assure that the team is actively working. Something that so it was a two-part question that you had asked. So the first part is, yes, we did put a pause on that. It's currently still paused, yes. And I guess the second part of your question would be, we would still be accepting applications. There's two programs. There's the AIP and there's the PMP, right? So we are still accepting applications under the AIP stream. So that's still happening. We're receiving more applications right now that we can support, and it's difficult. It's difficult times, but we have to make our decisions that are based on the needs of the labor market. We have to keep this growth. We have to do it responsibly.
I recognize.
It is paused still. Sorry.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I know much better than to be speaking without being recognized. I really do.
I thought.
But the applicant, I just wanted to finish off with the applicants that are in the system. They're still being assessed. Okay, thank you.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview, Clayton Park.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So with the applications that are still being assessed under the accommodations and food service sector, and again, I 100% recognize that there's a need for healthcare and construction, but just recognizing that there are a lot of people in that stream that are waiting for their applications to be processed, and so we have heard from some applicants that they're being told that there's no guarantee that their application will be assessed if it's under that stream. Is that true?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Okay. So applications that have been submitted will be assessed. Officially, maybe they don't have it, but we will assess. We'll assess what's in there. What was the other one? Oh, it's okay. We're asking our employers to do more to support the local workforce. Things have changed a little bit. One of the biggest things that, just to be frank, one of the biggest things that have changed would have been the federal government controls our allocation numbers. And the federal government would have taken our allocation numbers for immigration. They cut it in half, right? So we're working our way through. We're trying to meet within those numbers. We're working within our quota, our allocation, sorry. But just trying to get the most successful candidates through based on the labor market, based on, another big important piece of this is we got to ensure that not only when we approve applications and people to stay, but they will stay here, right? We have to focus on the retention rate. There's Nova Scotia, as I said, it's a great place to be. We're investing a lot, but just really to make sure those supports are in the place and that the intent of the people applying really is to stay in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. Just to steal a little bit of thunder from my colleague here, in terms of the Nova Scotia nominee program, one of the things that we hear in our caucus all the time is, in terms of program design, if I'm a newcomer or I'm thinking about moving to Nova Scotia, I go to this website, and a real lack of clarity about, which applications are truly priorities, go to the top of the list, and which things are sort of apply and we may get to them. And if I had a screen, I would actually show you on the website that to the end user, there is literally no visual difference in applications that are high priority healthcare and construction. We understand there is a priority list. But visually, if I click on a page that's not high priority, it looks identical to things that are high priority. And so we have people applying, believing, and it says, in demand. There's a lot of keywords there, in demand. Hear from a lot of people actually in the trades, heavy mechanics, truck drivers, and these are all tabbed on sort of the welcome screen as in demand, and we want you to apply. And then they do, and then when people hear about their file, they say, sorry, you're not, your application doesn't fall under one of the priority areas. But visually, I understand from a functional perspective, there's multiple categories, and the priority is to this designated list. But to the end user, it doesn't look like there's any difference between in demand and priority. The pages look the same. And so you have people that believe they're applying as priorities when really they're not. They never were in terms of what's pressing for the province. With our limited allocation, we're going to try to draw in and recruit newcomers with skills to meet healthcare and construction needs. I believe those are the current priorities. But I guess I would just invite the minister and the department to really think about the way that interface sometimes results in mixed messages for people applying, right? When language that says in demand, people say, well, I applied, and I was, I was categorized as an in-demand worker, and I have my long haul license, and I've met all those requirements, and I'm a tradesperson, and I have these skills, and I have these designations, I've submitted on my paperwork, and yet they go months without response on their file. So I think, in fairness, I know we want to be a place where people come to Nova Scotia. It's a great place to live. I agree wholeheartedly with that. But for some people, there's a little bit of lost hope that maybe they've been sold a little bit of bill of goods, like, oh, you really want me here, and then they get here, and because they're not on that priority list, and that, the other thing about that priority list is it's fairly opaque. It's not in your face about here actually at present, if you want to apply, these are the people that are top of list. We will deal with these applications in the most timely way possible. That's not visible in any meaningful way to people. And you've really got to dig like through various channels on the website, you know, like I've built websites, you know, I have a master's degree in, you know, technology integration. I'm a pretty tech savvy person. I found it difficult to find this stuff and to clarify my own understanding. And, you know, I'm somebody with enormous privilege being an MLA with access to people in government to answer my questions that, you know, rank and file applicants simply don't have. So I would really encourage, you know, this is not a condemnation of the program. I certainly don't believe that any staff are on extended coffee break or, you know, trying to shirk their duties. You know, like I understand there's a pile of applications and it's a lot. But I think I would encourage the department to look, especially at a time where the federal allocation has shrunk and it limits the number of applicants that can be processed, perhaps to be more upfront or more visible about if you want to apply in a non-priority area, you're welcome. We'd love your application, but we make no promises about doing that because people only hear that in the fine print of the application process later on, and it's really disheartening. And the clock is running out on people who are, you know, their work permits are not being renewed or they're coming in at the end of the visa and they've come here at great expense and great cost, great personal investment, worried that they're going back to place. And some of these folks are going back to places where there's active conflict zones, where it's actually not safe for them to go home. That's why they've chosen to come here. So I just invite the minister, I'm not necessarily looking, it's not a budget question per se, but perhaps some of the resources around immigration could be devoted to a review of the does the visual of the program make sense to the end user and transmit appropriate messages about whose applications are top of list and whose kind of general pool application and you may or may not get seen. I think it's a missing ingredient in a valuable program at the moment that results in a lot of frustration. I think it probably results in a lot of strain. I know there's a lot of effort by applicants to contact the office and get updates. And of course, you know, every time you have to provide an update, that's time you don't have to process an application that happens to be a priority. So I think I would just offer that as some constructive feedback about the visual interface of the program and how that might be contributing to capacity to process applications and also alleviate some strain and stress for people. It would give people better information to make informed choices about whether to apply in the first place. So I'm not looking for an answer. I just offer that as constructive feedback about the program to enhance its effectiveness and achieve the goal of landing people that we need for key priorities, and also make sure Nova Scotia doesn't get a bad reputation as a said one thing, you know, mean another kind of place to be.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour Skills and Immigration.
I'll start by saying that I personally and professionally appreciate your feedback going through, and it's something I'm 100% willing to look at. If there's better practice or better things that can be done, I'm 100%. A lot has changed. We were really focused on our team is working like relentlessly right now on trying to get applications through and processing, and as things shift and stuff. perhaps that we can get some dedicated resources to get some more clarity. But with the, like, just as some of the criteria shifted, some of the other provinces started doing things a bit different. The federal allocation numbers would have been cut as well, and it led to a bit of a surge in our applications and going through them. But I think the member offered good feedback, and I'll certainly take that back.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Thank you very much. And, just sort of before going into the next question, just echoing that as somebody who went through immigration processes myself, hearing a no so you can move on to the next possible, stream is honestly better than waiting and not knowing. And so just encouraging that for folks that are in the, for example, in non-priority areas, or areas, for example, like like the food stream, maybe even just sending out a message or a notification to applicants and just saying, FYI, there's going to be an even longer wait time for applications under the stream. So again, just as an immigrant myself, having an answer, even if it was a negative answer, is honestly still a positive, because you get to then figure out, okay, well, what's my next option? Because I've heard from folks who actually moved to Nova Scotia from other provinces, thinking that they'd be able to get faster processing here, but then realizing they actually would have been better off staying where they were, because you graduated from Ontario, for example, and that's where you should be applying to become a provincial nominee. But there seems to be, again, just not enough clarity, I guess, for applicants in terms of what is Nova Scotia prioritizing. And so I'm not looking for an answer, but if the minister would like to say something.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Again, thank you for the feedback. Genuinely, thank you for the feedback. Sometimes there's other options too. If it doesn't fit into one of our programs, maybe it will fit into a federal program. There's some communication that goes back and forth. Lots of moving parts everywhere. I have just two other quick things. Just the retention piece is so important, to be here and have ties, right? With these federal allocation numbers that have been drastically cut, if someone is just coming to Nova Scotia to move elsewhere, it makes it difficult. And I think I'd even go as far as offering, if there's any specific things that you're hearing, just grab me, take me aside. I'd be willing to have a chat. Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Truly appreciate the minister's answer. We're really all here for the same reasons, and so I do appreciate that very much. I want to. Can I ask for a time check? Sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry. 15 minutes.
15. Okay. Thank you. So in terms of the allocations, you mentioned that there's communication back and forth. So is the provincial immigration office in contact with the, I guess, regular contact with the federal immigration office, and has the government attempted maybe advocating for an increase in the number of applicants, given the growth that Nova Scotia is seeing, in comparison to some of the other provinces?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour Skills and Immigration.
Thank the member again for the important question. Yes, we're in regular contact with a variety of people, with the feds and with some other groups, which we'll talk about in a second. There's navigators, but I'd like to say that I've also met with Minister Miller. I think I met with him once, twice. It happened. There's conversations. You know, and just currently with it, we're currently working within our allotment. This change happened recently, so we're working within that allotment. And the point of these programs, or the intent of these programs, I'll rephrase that, is to really to meet the labor market needs, right? We got to focus on the labor market needs. Our Department, Labour Skills and Immigration's Immigration and Population Growth branch is working with partners such as the Health Association in Nova Scotia, the Construction Sector Council, and our RENs, our regional enterprise networks across the province, to identify areas where immigration can help meet the labour needs, such as in healthcare, construction, childcare. We're also, we do collaborate with the federal partners at Service Canada to also identify not only the demands of today, but future demands that we'll need. I think of some of the trades. I think my average age in the trades is up there. You know, there's going to be a bit of a bump, but thankfully there's lots of people getting into this as well. So we also, through our collaboration at Service Nova Scotia with the future labour demands, it's going to help businesses, training institutions, and current workforce needs. I've had several meetings when I first came in with various stakeholders, like the Construction Association. I've met with some retail sector councils, met with the Halifax Partnership. Had lots of meetings. This is something I take completely serious, and we're working our way through. Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park with 10 minutes. 10.
Thank you very much. And I do want to take a moment and recognize that I know there's a lot of work that goes on in the department, and so just to say that it is very, very much appreciated. I actually would want to just switch gears just for a moment, since we're talking about, you know, federal partnerships. So my understanding, and this was a couple years ago, so it might have changed, but my understanding is that IRCC provides funding to LSI and other immigrant serving organizations for language services. So to be able to, to provide language services to immigrants. Now, a big gap in that language services funding is actually that IRCC stipulates that the language services can only be used for permanent residents or Ukrainian temporary foreign workers. So there's a big pocket of folks that are not able to access these language services through service providers because IRCC stipulates that the funding can only go to specific immigration statuses. And so, you know, for example, I was working at the Halifax Refugee Clinic when we saw 160 people being bused to Nova Scotia from Quebec, and you know there was a lot of great steps taken by the province to expand access of services to refugee claimants during that time, but a lot of the services they couldn't actually use because the language services needed could not be used by them. And so maybe not an answer for right now, something to look into. But if that gap is still there, you know, where IRCC's funding for language services is only for those specific immigration statuses, is there a potential to either ask for IRCC to expand who can use that, or for LSI to provide that type of funding to the service providers, so that people can actually use the services.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, thank you to the member for the good feedback or important feedback. So just let me break. I'm just going to bust some of this down. So the asylum seekers would be through IRC3 and IRCC, and that would be through the feds would have jurisdiction within that sphere. But temporary residents, that would be on a pathway to PR. That'd be something that we would supplement. We supplement those services. I think it's to the tune of around $8.6 million annually for these settlement services organizations. So again, good. It's good feedback. I'll take away and revisit as well. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park, 5 minutes, 40 seconds.
Thank you very much. So I did, and just to also point out, so with refugees and refugee claimants, the refugees that are brought over by the government that are federally sponsored, they do fall under a different category than refugee claimants. So I just wanted to is that the same? Like, sorry. Give me a second. my brain just got all jumbled up for. Okay, so the folks that I was talking about were not sponsored by the federal government. They were refugee claimants. So their applications for asylum were being processed within Canada, not outside of Canada, and so. Again, I know that obviously this is, their immigration process itself is with the federal government, but given that LSI, at the time had expanded access to services to folks who are not, who are refugee claimants to be able to access those services, they really could not use any of those services because they all needed language supports, and a lot of times we would go with them to the service providers and just use Google Translate to help them navigate those. Where if there was a program or funding in place for that, it would have helped quite a bit. Just wanted to clarify if there is funding for that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again. We have expanded these language supports for Ukrainian nationals and asylum seekers. Just for further clarity, is refugee claimants receive our settlement services now, and we expanded that eligibility for them. And we also support language supports through ISANS and other providers. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry. I recognize, sorry, I'll start again too. I recognize the Honourable MLA for Fairview Clayton Park with 3 minutes and 6 seconds.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for that answer. That actually, that I haven't been in the settlement sector for 2 years-ish, and so hearing that there has been a change makes me very happy. I'm sorry, I'm gonna take us back to another topic, just in those 2 minutes. Parts of Nova Scotia, outside of Central Zone, are worried about the economic impact that the decreased allocation is going to have on them. Including places like Cape Breton, where a lot of the folks, including my husband, immigrated to Cape Breton as a student, and that stayed in Nova Scotia ever since, almost 20 years ago. In Cape Breton, folks are worried about how this is going to impact them. And so are there any actions being taken by this department? It could be other departments, but is there any actions taken by LSI to help places adjust to the fluctuating immigration levels versus the increase in the need for people?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Labour Skills and Immigration. 40 seconds.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the important question. I'm a Cape Bretoner myself. So I don't know if you knew that. It's from Waterford. Don't hold it against me, but that's I live in Shelburne now. I moved there voluntarily. I went, sorry, but this just cognizant of time. Listen, I'm very cognizant of the labor market needs, and there's different needs throughout the province, and I'm very cognizant of the business needs, and I just want to assure the member, I'll look at everything that's out there to make sure that we're doing the things we can within the allotment numbers to help everybody that we can. Yeah, thank you.
Order. The time for questioning by the official opposition has elapsed. I recognize the, first I asked, would the minister like a recess? We're good? Okay, so I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberlake Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was listening with interest on the discussion around immigration. I haven't seen the sheer volume ever before. I'm getting probably one a week in my office. That's not an exaggeration. Various different applications that I don't pretend to understand on the different streams and everything, but my understanding from the discussion is that the delays and that this really has to do with the allocation reduction. So I just want to I'll start there to confirm that the reason why folks that have been told that the process should be taking 4 to 5 to 6 months when they start, that they often don't hear back for upwards of a year, according to some of these folks. So I'll just start there. Maybe the minister can explain that this is entirely on the federal side of things and not really a provincial resource thing.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just go back to I sincerely recognize that within the allotments that's been cut by the federal government, it's been difficult. It's been difficult for people that are wanting to access the program. We had the numbers cut in half. We really need to focus on the labour market needs. We really need to focus on our strategic growth and in critical sectors. You've heard me mention that with healthcare and construction. I mean, there'd be other things are taken into account as well. We don't want to shock the economy, shock businesses, but just tying this back in, the most important, it's just critically important that we're utilizing the program to meet the needs that Nova Scotia needs to continue to grow.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And some of the emails I'm getting are individuals that are working in construction-related fields, and I guess that's what I'm curious about. And I sent a letter to the department just today, so the minister wouldn't see it on one individual case of somebody who's working for a roofing and siding company, and they have real challenges trying to find labor, and they invested in training in this individual. Apparently he's top-notch, and the visa expired in July of 2024, and the province rejected this person on January 28th, and it was because of the recruitment requirements, which I see as red tape. Apparently the job needs to be posted on the federal job website, and I guess I'm asking for flexibility in this regard because it was posted on jobshop.ca, Glassdoor, Facebook, and other areas, but because they didn't check that box that they weren't aware of, and they're now registered with the federal job bank, that they're not able to keep this, and so this this will impact the industry locally where we need labor. So I just wonder if the minister knows about, he won't know about that case in fairness, but his understanding of flexibility and parameters around what's required to hire these high need areas.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. As you know, I can't, right here probably wouldn't be the most appropriate place to speak about specific needs, but our specific individuals. I would say two things. A construction job that we need that will help build Nova Scotia, it shouldn't be refused. It's something that we should look into if it meets all the retention, it should not. And I'll leave it now for, I'd be more than happy to have a chat with you. We're here, just come on over. Let's have a chat and we can see what, I'd be happy to look into it for you. 100%.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect. Saw a member or two there beside you and kind of threw me for a minute.
It's just two of us.
Our fight for recognition
Thank
continues.
you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the offer, and so the letter is sent to the minister's office. If you could have a look and basically charts the whole timeline of the process, if you could help with that, it'd be awesome. But I'm seeing some of these come through that speak to renewal, and I have talked to some of them on the phone. Some of them were security guards, and I know there was an issue with one company, but kind of sad that people who are actually already working are no longer able to stay. But there are some that are working for AIP designated employers. So the question is the federal allocation impacting those that are already working in Nova Scotia? And when I think about construction, this isn't directly in construction, this one individual, but indirectly working at Kent Building Supplies. They happen to also work at a food establishment just to make ends meet. This person works 7 days a week. And, you know, I thought about that particular case and the need to have folks working in building supplies, but both employers are AIP designated, and I just wonder, in that case, should we not be allowing renewal for people that are already working and working at AIP designated sites?
I recognize the Minister of Labor, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I will say to the member is that every application is different. We really deal with very sensitive personal information, and each application is viewed on its own merit. The federal government would have asked that 75% of the applicants through the AIP are people that are already here, and what I would like to say on that is we are well above that number also. I think what's also important is, again, we're looking through the people that are coming through the program, or the individuals coming through the programs based on the needs. Like, we have to prioritize sectors. Like, we just have to prioritize key sectors to just grow strategically. One thing that I will mention, though, and I can't speak highly enough about how important this is. Like, it's critically important, is we need to look at applicants that have ties to the area, that we're local, that would be more likely to stay in Nova Scotia, to help grow Nova Scotia. We've had a surge of people, individuals that may have came in from other places, not necessarily with ties and whatnot, but retention, retention is absolutely critical. The AIP approved employer doesn't mean 100% that the applicant would be approved. As I mentioned before, the Fed set the target at 75%. We are above that, but we're really focusing on the retention piece. And if you want, we can also look into, if you have an applicant, let's chat. I offer that to anybody. If there's something on your mind, let's chat when we can.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it is difficult with all these different scenarios people have, and difficult to manage, but a consistent theme is that a lot of these folks just aren't hearing anything. And from an MLA office perspective, we're trying to help with that. But, some of them are applying in 2023 and just haven't heard. They have their AOR, lots of acronyms around. I don't even know what AOR is, but they got that in 2024, but hasn't heard a thing since. And so they end up coming to the MLA office, I think, as in many cases the last resort, right? So like if they're not hearing anything, some of them are walking into offices where your staff are, and they don't have an officer assigned to that after, 10 months, and then they get a little nervous, and I feel for them, like if they're, they might ultimately have to leave the country, and they have family and stuff, and I take the points, and my understanding is the program I just asked about, the AIP designated, is impacted by the allocation reduction, so that's fine, but I would just impress upon the department to communicate, even if it's, I think my colleague mentioned that, even if it's a no. I think the sooner they hear that, the better for them to, yeah.
If I may.
I recognize the Minister of Labor, Skills and Immigration.
I really think, maybe I didn't reiterate enough, but like we have extremely high volumes of applicants that are be coming through. And I want to provide 100% clarity and assurance that we do give as much information as possible when they contact our office. And it includes other opportunities, whether it's to extend their work permits or some of the federal options. And I think we do have a team of people that are reaching out and making calls. And I want to assure the member, you may have some of that apply, but their expiration may not expire for another year or so, but they're in people that are expiring sooner, we're trying to get in contact, trying to get information out. There's lots of moving parts, yeah.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. I'm just going to ask a couple questions related to labor attachment in our economy, since the economy has now been a new focus for the government. And I want to talk about goals that I brought up in the House before related to the Ivany report in 2014. So related to the Minister's Department is Goal 7 that talks about labor force participation rate, and Nova Scotia is lagging behind right now. They're not near the Canadian rate, and the goal was to try to reach at least the Canadian rate. And so we have a lot of Nova Scotians that aren't attached to the labor market, so that's an opportunity. And especially since 2021, we're now 2.1% below the national average. So that's impacting business, and I know some of it's attributed to our aging population, but just like to ask the Minister his understanding of the issue and what the department's working on to improve the labor attachment in our economy.
I recognize the Minister of Labor, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for this very important question. It's truly is an interesting time in the economy in Nova Scotia right now. It's a lot has changed, I think, since the Ivany report was out. But we look at we have some of the lowest unemployment that we've had in a very, very long time. Our employment has been the lowest. We're set at 5.9% unemployment. I will recognize that there's some work that needs to be done on the productivity side to increase our productivity. That's critically important. And if I may just get into a couple of some of the programs for job seekers, because I think LSI does a really good job at trying to connect workers to the workforce. I'll talk about the Nova Scotia Works Employment Services. I think most of us would be familiar. They have 50 of them throughout the province. We also have skills development with occupational training and adult learning programs. I know working at the community college, I've seen quite an influx on people that would have come through ALP and then moved on to the trades, construction right now. We have the Fast Forward program. It's people in recipient of EI while training until the claim ends. We also have a job creation partnership, which work experience via incremental community-based projects with local organization for profits. We have the START program, and that's a hiring incentives to support the hire of unemployed Nova Scotians. We have the Self-Employment Benefit Program, which is financial support to develop business concept plus 40 weeks of benefits. We have the Works for You program, which supports the provision of career exploration projects and program offerings and specific local employment opportunities. And if I could just take a minute to talk about some of the growth, and I'm not going to filibuster, but just talk about some of the growth that's happening. Within the skilled trades. Like really, there's never been a better time to take out an apprenticeship, whether you'd like to go through a lot of people I know about the pre-apprenticeship, the NSCC route. You can actually go direct entry through an employer advanced direct entry. In fact, I went direct entry. I just started and worked as I made my way through my apprenticeship. But the construction sector, it does pay, a good living wage. There's lots of opportunities, and just leave it at this. But thinking back to the '90s when I think I applied for a job at Dairy Queen, Mr. Chair. I didn't even get that job at Dairy Queen. I ended up at West Day. No, I'm just saying there was no work that would really when you went back there. But now look, I mean, you have union halls that have their books open that are taking in members actively in the construction sector. You have apprenticeships that the enrollment numbers are great. The pre-apprenticeship numbers are great. Our economy is growing. Our unemployment's low, and there's a bright future for young people to stay here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And another area that we're lagging behind other provinces is the participation rate specific to Indigenous communities and African Nova Scotian communities. So we're 11% lower than the average. And this is something that the Halifax Chamber of Commerce and other groups have brought up as a major opportunity to help the economy. And, other provinces have specific components of contracts, large contracts with infrastructure builds and things like that could help increase labor participation rates. So just want to get the minister's understanding and maybe some detail, like he just mentioned, some programs that relate to job opportunities for the whole population, but specific to marginalized populations in Nova Scotia, if the minister can speak to what the department is doing to improve that. And that'll be my last question, and then I'm going to hand it over to my colleague.
Push the button, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
I'd like to say that just recognizing what you're saying, what the members is mentioning. We did have a Cape Breton pilot that would have included stipulations of the procurement with 25% of apprentices, but it also included a 10% of underrepresented groups. We're learning from that pilot. We're learning how it works, how what the best way the results are. We also support organizations from MEBO, and the Africadian Empowerment Academy to create workforce opportunities, especially in the skilled trades. And the Africadian Empowerment Academy has, this is amazing, just wait for a 100% success rate in graduates of the apprenticeship program, which is absolutely fantastic. Yeah, but we also have advanced direct entry programs. There's also advanced direct entry programs for equity deserving communities, and we're also funding programs like Pathways to Shipbuilding and ANS Metal Fabricators. I don't have all the data, but I know I heard some really great stories from my time at NSCC with like really, what's that? With really high attachment rates and really high progression rates that were really high. So yeah, I appreciate the question, and it's something that we'll always adjust as needed. Yeah.
I recognize the member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How much time do we have left? 30 seconds.
Half it. I think I left half at least.
We have 36 minutes remaining.
Oh, excellent.
For your caucus.
Left me more
Lots
than
of
half.
time.
Okay.
I recognize. I recognize the member, Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and look forward to congratulations, Minister, on your portfolio. Waterford, I always say, another Cape Bretonner strategically placed. So when the takeover comes, we moved you down to where you are on purpose. Yeah. No, listen, I appreciate it, and to all your staff, thank you so much. I got a couple of questions. I'm going to focus a little bit of time on tariffs, so just so your staff can prepare for that. But I do have one question. Can the minister explain why the budget for planning, research, and accountability is increasing from $804,000 to $3.483 million? Oh, sorry, I can say that again. The budget for planning, research, and accountability is increasing from $804,000 to $3.483 million.
I recognize the Minister of Labor, Skills, and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, member, for the question. Okay, so let me just break this down. So the $2.4 million would be the form of the Labor Market Minister's Secretariat. That's transferred to Nova Scotia, so it will be the co-chair of that one now. This includes its 6 full-term full-time employees, fully recoverable from ESCD and other Canadian provinces and territories. And just to piggyback on that, there's the $310,000 for the Atlantic Workforce Partnership Secretariat, which was transferred to Nova Scotia. It includes 2 term full-time equivalents, and that as well, it would be fully recoverable from the Council of Atlantic Premiers.
I recognize the member for Sydney, member 2.
Okay. And so they're all recoverable, as you're saying. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, I'm going to get into. I got a whole bunch of different questions I can ask, but I do want to ask about tariffs because it is on everybody's mind, and it's kind of a mess, to be frank. Like it's for everyone. A lot of volatility, especially in the workforce, right? Like companies aren't going to invest in a climate, in an environment where you're under constant threat. So I guess my first question for you is of the contingency funds, the government talked about a contingency fund. Was there any money set aside for the workforce itself to support workers and families in the event that the tariffs were to stay, in the event the tariffs are to stay on?
I recognize the Minister of Labor Skills and Immigration.
I thank the member for this fantastically important question. Just regarding the tariffs and stuff, we're working through the FLMM, which I just previously referenced. We're working through them to create a nationwide approach for labor market mobility, and we could send some specifics shortly. Programs, just as described, to be used and adapt to respond to the impacts from tariffs, either retraining or employment services. It's a federal work-sharing program. Nova Scotia, and I truly believe this, but Nova Scotia has taken strong steps to reduce trade barriers between provinces. We've introduced that legislation. That was the first of its kind in Canada. It's going to make it easier for goods and services to be sold here and help skilled workers move to Nova Scotia and find jobs faster. Sometimes people want to move back home and whatnot. There may be some, so we'll get people back in the labor market faster home. I met with my federal and provincial and territorial counterparts, with Minister McKinnon was there as well. And, I really encouraged them. I said, take it back. We're trying to take some bold action here with the threat of tariffs. It was a threat at the time. And just to really show that we really want to take steps to improve our labor mobility. And then we're ready to adjust programs to meet the growing need for training and employment. Like if we need to pivot, if we need to adjust, we're going to be here for Nova Scotians. Lastly, in addition to the work, we're closely with our federal partners to make sure Nova Scotians have access to important supports like employment insurance, like work sharing, and we've also continued to push for more federal funding through the labor market development agreements. So, thank you.
I recognize the member for Sydney, member 2.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for that. And I can appreciate that it's a fluid situation. As I said, I guess the silver lining in it really is that we're actually talking about trading with one another and doing that stuff, which, as we all know, regardless of who was in government or which party was back in the day, there was just so many barriers around. And there was some broken down around some trades and Red Seal and stuff. So I guess because I don't have a lot of questions. It's more of a conversation for me with you and I talk a bit about a whole bunch of other things that matter to people. But do you feel confident that you're not going to run into any, barriers, I guess, when it comes to this idea around interprovincial trade? Like, do you feel confident that, you have certain regulations in this province compared to others? Like, how do you navigate that as you go to, move towards this very important step in our economic history of trying to break down these barriers?
I recognize the Minister of Labor Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for this important question. Yes, I have a hopeful tone from some of the meetings that we had with our stakeholders. I do. Before all this started, believe it or not, Mr. Chair, my hairline was about an inch closer to my forehead. It's going back. It'll be even further by the time I'm done this session, Mr. Chair. I want to reassure the member, too, that really this province is working with their federal partners to minimize the impacts of tariffs. And that this is ongoing. It will support any affected workers. I have to tie this back in because I can't speak how, this is a terrific piece of legislation. Like, key actions in this new legislation, they will promote internal trade mobility, investments and programs like the Nova Scotia Loyal, boosting Loyal, and the $200 million contingency fund to address tariff-related challenges. And additionally, the government is focused on market diversification, technological advancements, modernizing skilled trades, and to help businesses and workers to adapt in the short term and long term. And I think I'd go like a bit further to say, you know, we're doing some harmonization as well with some of the other Atlantic apprenticeship agencies and whatnot. But my message would be is we're here for Nova Scotians. We're here to continue to help support the needs. And if we have to adapt, we'll adapt.
I recognize the member for Sydney, member 2.
Yeah, and just a follow up to that too, because we can talk about the kind of the movement in between, but I talked a bit about this when I was in education, that like we need to do a better job of, and whether it's your, and you can comment on it, probably isn't your department completely, but it is in the sense because it's labor. Like over the years, kids in school were just not exposed to the trades. They weren't exposed to a lot of the things that, if they, I believe they were, we probably would have many more people in the workforce doing various things. Are you looking at anything from the department perspective to promote our youth to get involved with the apprenticeship, get involved with, and I know there's some great organizations like that do this work around, but do you have anything in the budget to help support that?
I recognize the Minister of Labor, Skills and Immigration.
I was at, thank you, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. I was young kids like yourself, and they play in the high schools. I was out watching the basketball game with them the other day. We won 2, just for the, we don't win them all, but we won that one. But I was walking through the hallway, and something that I found incredibly, like, it took me off guard, and I wasn't expecting to see it at all. They had a whole wallboard dedicated to informing young people about the trades, and it had this little flip envelopes, and it said, "Open me," and how could I not walk by without opening it, right? And it really was, it was a tremendous amount of information. I have really good relationships as well with some of the skilled trades teachers and stuff. We were even at the community college, and I'm just talking about my personal experiences here, but you know, we used to invite the high schools into the shops and stuff to do some welding or some soldering and stuff, just to get that exposure there. It worked well at NSCC when I was there, just because we had all that it was designed for. We are funding tech ed as well, and we're funding tech ed in the middle schools across the province, and Mi'kmaq schools as well. And as you know, like, as a tradesperson, I think Cape Breton makes an awful lot of them. I work closely with the other departments just to promote the trades where I can. We also have the exploretrades.ca website. Maybe Hanser can get that up, one word. And I'd encourage everyone, if you can find time in the next couple of weeks here and in our busy schedules, to exploretrades.ca, be tremendously appreciative. And also, I had an opportunity to take a tour of the trades exhibition hall and that was fantastic. Like, I left there just blown away, right, at the exposure we're giving. We're growing. I think there was that bit of a bubble and stuff that people went into academia, not so much the trades, and I'm starting to see it shift back. During my time at NSCC, the average age of students that would be at NSCC is around between 24 to 27, somewhere in that area. And I would have had people, some of the best workers actually would have came from business and stuff, and it just wasn't for them, but they got back into the trades. We have liaison staff at our schools, and they're promoting direct entry. I'm a big advocate for whatever works for you, but if you want to get going, direct entry is the soonest pathway. We have Building Futures for Youth, and we have $1.5 million for youth apprenticeship in the budget for the Skills and Learning branch. And I remember in your time when the former Liberal government was there was some focus on trying to clear the path for some of the NSCC students that would be going out to Alberta and some of those agreements. So we're continuing the growth. We're going to keep building on it. There's work to do. I could say this, I'm truly optimistic. Like, I really am truly optimistic at some of the success stories and things that we didn't have necessarily at the time. So I just say stay tuned. I'll continue to work with all of our different ministers. I'll continue to work with our sector councils, and I'm excited for what's ahead.
I recognize the member for Sydney Member 2.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree with the minister. The more that we can expose youth to not only the traditional trades, like there's lots of demand in that as well. It was amazing to think the demand for bricklayers is wild. It's I was joking with my colleagues saying we can go be bricklayers after we're done politics, right? We're all going to be bricklayers, but they do great work, and I have close relationships with them just based on all the construction we've had over the years in the CBRM with the hospital rebuild, and there's been some great programs there too that brought diversity into the trades, and I hope that those same programs are used in the rebuild here. The big rebuild. I don't know if my colleague asked around that question or not around when you're looking at the big projects in Halifax. He probably did. Yeah, I wasn't here for it. I apologize. I was over in the other place, so I won't go there. But the one thing I do encourage, and I've encouraged even the education department, is really expose the students to the traditional stuff, but also when I was there, I wanted to expand it to green energy, like engage in solar and what that looks like, and wind, and even the residential heat pump installation, like all of and there's some programs for that, but like if you can expose the students from in high school to that stuff too, I think it'd be great, because I think you're going to get a whole other skill set of people. If you want to comment to that.
I recognize the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
With your non-traditional comments, you're 100% right. There's I didn't know what a Boilermaker was until I ended up out west, right? I know now, and bricklaying. I remember reading I read the Cape Breton Post every day too, but it was talking about the need for bricklayers, and after Fiona, especially all the chimneys. Like, it was one fella from Glace Bay, and he was just running around the clock. It was busy. And your thoughts are accurate, 100% accurate too, around some of these green energies or solars or off the grid stuff. And I think just really getting back to it's just that exposure there. Like that trades hall was so great because you could do bricklaying, you could do painting, you go welding. That was pretty fun too. And it actually they had boiler making there. You could hop inside a vessel and stuff. I spent many days in a vessel out west. Yeah. It's not for everybody, right? You hop in there and you realize, hey, I'm claustrophobic. I don't like this, right? And maybe it's not for you. And I think some of it is, it's not necessarily always about what you are interested in. It could be what you're not interested in. Tick that off. I'm not going to be a sandblaster. Anyhow, it's not for me. It's for some people, but each have their own. And we try to do this exposure through some of the summer March break camps, especially for the youth, right? And the skills trades camps. And I know they're growing. There's interest. And I'll go back again to our marketing campaign. And, I'll throw it out to every member, too. When you go back to your constituencies, promote the trades, promote some of this access. Go drop in the community colleges and talk to some of the pre-apprentices. You look at the growth. I'm not going to filibust, but I just have one more thing to say. But you look at the growth in downtown Cape Breton or in Sydney or in Kansas, or it's. I'm just saying that because I know you're from there. But just the amount of growth, and I know I've had a ton of friends that have come back, brought their families here, started a house, started kids, school's growing. You probably have some lots as well. So it's an exciting time. It's a great time to get into the skilled trades. And, I'll just leave it on. If you can, when you go back to your constituencies, just ask yourself, I'm going to see if I can stop into an open house or talk to some youth or even some of the skilled trades teachers. Yeah, great question.
I recognize the member for Sydney, member 2.
And thank you. And on Monday, I believe, is the grand opening, or I don't know if it's the grand opening, but the big community hub in New Waterford is on Monday. If you're home, right? I found that out yesterday, actually, and you're right in the sense that when you make those investments like that, those projects expose the school system and the community college system. Predominantly are where people are getting exposed to it, but you start getting into those big projects and people get a chance to be exposed to them, and you know what I mean? They start getting paid, and then they realize that they can grow with a company, and there's demand, right? Like that's the big thing. It's been a huge transition in the last 10 years for me to see how many folks have actually went into the trades. And like I said, I remember being out in Waterford when we made that announcement, and Jeff McClellan and I at Jeff, and at the time people didn't realize what we're doing, and now we're opening it. So the school and the medical facility is great. Yeah, so thanks to Jeff too. So I do want to. How much time do I have left?
There are 15 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. I
Okay.
recognize the member for Sydney, member 2.
Okay, so I'm going to just go through my. There's a couple of questions that I do have. I guess my next question is you're dealing with the Nova Scotia Federation of Labour. They've called for a comprehensive worker protection strategy. The strategy included employment insurance extensions, targeted support programs for most vulnerable export sectors, worker retraining programs for those whose jobs may be permanently affected, provincial subsidies to help employers maintain their workforce, and an establishment of a Nova Scotia Worker Protection Fund. Are you guys looking at, through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, is the department looking at the implementation of any of them? And I can go slower because I kind of, here, I'll go through them right again. The strategy included employer insurance extensions, targeted support programs for the most vulnerable export sectors, worker retraining programs for those whose jobs may be permanently affected, provincial subsidies to help employers maintain their workforce, and an establishment of the Nova Scotia Worker Protection Fund.
I recognize the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for the important question. What I will say is there are many of those very things that we are able to put in place. We're working closely with the federal government on EI. and they were speaking to us about the flexibilities that we need, that we will need. And we're going to balance the supports to businesses and employees. Like, I think the takeaway is, you know, we're here for Nova Scotians. We're here for the need. Like these, as you mentioned, they're unprecedented times. And I want Nova Scotians to know, and the businesses to know, we're here for you, we got your back, and we're willing to adapt.
I recognize the member for Sydney, member 2.
Yeah, and I can appreciate it. It is a really volatile time. I use that term today in talking to the media when we talk about what's taking place with the government south of the border, which ultimately. And I said it in the legislature the other night about the impact it could have on our fishers and our foresters and all those people. I do want to ask a question specific to Clearwater Seafoods, and I can appreciate if there's any kind of privacy stuff around it. But they just laid off staff in Ayrshire, right? There was just a big layoff in Ayrshire and Lockport, and you know we're concerned about this stuff, as you know. These jobs are big in these rural communities. Is there any contact with Clearwater? Is there any support that's going to go out to help these folks? You know, ideally, I know they're looking at new buyers potentially, and yeah. So I heard on CBC. So yeah, so it was on CBC. But is there any? Is your department providing any support to these workers?
I recognize the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Without getting overly specific, you know, first and foremost, I want you to know, like anybody who's affected by this, any Nova Scotians are affected by the layoffs. Like my heart goes out, my thoughts. Like, you know, it's a hard time, and but I want them to know again, like we are there to help. We're there to help. We had teams that would have. We have teams in place that will help people quickly find new jobs. I know the department would have been in touch with employees affected. I stopped into my Nova Scotia Works, Lockport's where I live too, right? Yeah. And I stopped into my Nova Scotia Works office and had confidence in the work that's happening there. Also, I made a call. I made a call to the mayor. I had the mayor on speed dial, so I made a call, and I just wanted him to know, you know, anytime this happens, I want you to know that our department is there to help. And whatever, you know, we have to do to help find people jobs quickly. But anytime you have a loss to the economy, it's you know, it really is hard. You know, you were growing up during Devco days and the steel plant and stuff, right? But you know, there's lots of jobs that are out there. When I went to the Nova Scotia Works, I was quite surprised. You know, I shouldn't say I'm surprised. I was impressed by the amount of local work we had, and I am confident in the teams to reach out and help find new employment. Yeah.
I recognize the member for Sydney, member 2.
Yeah, and through you, hey, Minister, I know it's tough, right? I went through this with, we lost 700 positions at a call center a couple of years ago in Sydney, and, you know, it's a scramble. And I asked that question out of full respect for you. It was something I heard on CBC, and I'm talking to some of the folks at home. I have family in that area, in Ayrshire, right? The Mummercats are from there, right? So I appreciate that the department reached out to everyone. You know, these are tough situations for anybody on any for these families, most importantly. But you know, whatever support we can provide to them, I appreciate, and I appreciate that the department reached out to them. So, are you looking at like, you know, how much time do I have left?
There are 8.5 minutes left.
Okay.
I recognize the member for Sydney, member 2.
You need a break?
Can I just add something quick?
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
I recognize the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
And I just want the member to know if there's ever a time that you need to contact me or you're hearing anything, you have a phone call away, right? Yeah, sorry.
I recognize the member for Sydney member 2.
Yeah, no, thank you. No, and I appreciate that. And I can say over the years, the department's been great. I see some familiar faces. I know staff puts a lot of work into this. I know firsthand when the call center went down, the work that people put into that. I know that during the pandemic, when all the programs are being rolled out and all of those things, I could write a book now. I think I've dealt with every disaster since I've become. I tell the people of Sydney all the time, you should probably get a better MLA. You might have better luck. But anyway, well, I missed the fishery minister estimates, but anyway, maybe next year. But I know how hard staff works on this stuff. So to all of you, I appreciate it. So I only have a few minutes left, so let's have a conversation for 6 minutes on, let's go back to the tariffs again, because, ideally we're going to someday wake up and this thing's not going to be talked about. As I said, it is stressful for staff, it is stressful for families, it is stressful for industry. It's stressful for everyone. It's stressful for because we just know the impacts of this. Like I think of the Port Hawkesbury papers. I think of the big companies that are in rural Nova Scotia. And are you looking at like specific? Like there's the fishers, and then there's the foresters, and then there's these larger players that employ really thousands and thousands of people across the province. So, like, what's kind of your next step if these tariffs come back? What's the department do? And I go to the fact, and I said this in my speech the other night. There's a $200 million contingency, which arguably, you know what I mean. Like, you could be. What is that money used for? Are you budgeting outside of the $200 million to look at worker protection? Which I'm not saying I agree or disagree with. I just think that you want to be as flexible as possible, and I think that that is going to be probably something outside of the $200 million contingency.
With 5 minutes remaining, I recognize the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
I know we don't have 5 minutes, but I think if I could just take two key things is to first and foremost, this situation it's fluid right now. But most importantly is we will be flexible within our programs. We will be flexible to help the needs of Nova Scotians. I'm going to just tie this back into some of the legislation that we passed as well. Like if we can get trade going and moving interprovincially and tear down some of these barriers and get some the other provinces on board, like there's so many moving parts right now. But just we're laser focused on this. We're here to help, and if we need flexibility, we'll be flexible.
I recognize the member for Sydney member 2.
Thank you. And yeah, that's really going to be key. Because you're trying to really, and we support it as caucus, so we were on the record for it. It's just, it will be interesting to see how the other provinces really come forward with it. Like that's really going to be the key to all of it, is that, and it's not just from your department, it's really from everything, right? You know what I mean? Like when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to regulations around moving product. And I said this the other night too. I said, aside from the stuff we got to do to protect workers, we need good rail, we need good ports, we need good air, we need like all of these things, which will all play a part in it. But I think that really your department is going to be the one, like, I know that the government has put out a $200 million contingency, but I think that is something that will probably be used in, directly trying to support the the side of the sectors that will keep the businesses going, but the workers are really where it's at, right? And not just for tariffs, but also as we expand the economy and we start looking at critical minerals, if we start looking at all of these things, that the department's probably going to want to look at, there's going to be some new opportunities. If a mine or two actually goes, which I've seen in my experience, there's some great operations in the province. Hopefully the tariffs aren't impacting them too much, but you look at I always use Little Narrows. What a great example of a rural mining operation that is employing over 100 people that are high-paying jobs, great social license, community, the community rallies around that project. So I guess my question is your department looking at that too as well, like training opportunities if somebody wants to get into mining, if somebody wants to get into, I know there's lots of programs that you have and you've listed some of them, but are you looking at what your government's actually talking about critical mineral development, about expanding your energy options?
I recognize the Minister of Labor, Skills and Immigration.
There's lots of different departments within that question, so I'm careful to stay in my lane here. But as the regulator, will ensure that all projects meets the safety standards that Nova Scotians deserve, without question. And we'll as things come, as things happen, we'll adapt. We'll do what we need to help our workforce. Yeah.
I recognize the member for Sydney, member 2.
Left there, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute, 10 seconds.
Filibust. No, I'll save my hour for debate in the legislature. I'll just say this with a minute before I pass it back to my colleague. Thank you for taking the time. It is a very different world we're living in right now. We debate a lot of issues in the House. We don't agree with everything the government does, but I think on this one, we all have to put our swords down a little bit and make sure that we're doing our best for the workers across this province. We need to step up for them big time. If this thing happens, let's hope that we wake up and all of this goes away. I think that Canada's taken the right approach when it comes to keeping the tariffs on, and we'll see what happens. But to your staff, thank you all for taking my questions, and also thank you all for all the things you've done for the good people of Cape Breton over the years that I know and across the province, and I'll stop there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Minister of Labor, Skills and Immigration.
How much time? 10 minutes? 15 minutes?
10 seconds.
Oh, I mean in total here, before the 2-hour mark.
Okay, so what's going to happen now that the Liberals' time has expired is...
Okay.
Yeah.
Could I have just a 2-minute recess, Mr. Chair? I drank too much water
Absolutely.
today.
Let's take a 2-minute recess. Thank you, Minister. Order, please. So there are 15 minutes left, and it will now be the time of the NDP. So I recognize the member for Halifax Cobequid.
Sackville Cobequid.
I apologize. Sackville Cobequid.
The people of Sackville graciously accept your apology. It's no joke in Sackville. Minister, I want to ask, we had some conversation in our first hour together about skilled trades. I specifically want to ask about participation by women in the skilled trades. Obviously, question period today, a lot of notes related to women's rights, and I want to sort of draw that into our conversation here. Women's participation in the skilled trades remains very low, and it seems to me to be sort of a golden opportunity to look for, where do we find more tradespeople? I think it's an untapped sector of the population. But last year, the YWCA Halifax released a report on sexual and gender-based harassment in the skilled trades. I'm wondering if, Speaker, if the Minister can comment on whether or not the Department has reviewed this report and its recommendations.
I recognize the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the important question. Yes, we've reviewed it. We're working with industry and community partners to explore the best practices, and we look forward to ways to work together. Personally, harassment has absolutely no place in the work, it should not be in the workplace. That's not tolerated. My wife was a pipe fitter at West, and I know firsthand some of the issues and challenges and the things that she went through. And just to reiterate again, there's zero tolerance for harassment in the workplace. I'd also like to just mention, just briefly, as part of the Prevention of Harassment in the Workplace Initiative, the Stronger Workplaces in Nova Scotia Act was passed on the 20th day of September 2024, and it includes amendments to the Occupational Health and Safety Act to recognize health and safety, both physical and psychological. And the amendments include the development of preventing harassment in the workplace regulations that will come into effect later this year, September 1st, 2025, and require all provincially regulated employers to establish and implement policy in accordance with these regulations. And I could say personally and professionally, I take this incredibly serious. I'd also like to talk about two projects, Women in Trades Incentive and the Mentorship for Women in Trades partnerships with the federal government. The project with ESDC will invest $2.6 million in 4 years in advancing women in apprenticeship. Also, during my time at the community college, I worked pretty close with Women's Unlimited. I did some fantastic workshops of building various things with pipe and welding, and it was a really good time, good exposure and stuff. But I agree with the member 100% that we need more participation of women in the trade sector. Yeah, thank the member for the question.
Thank you, Minister. And before the end of the day, we'll just get you to table that document there that you spoke from. I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the minister's answer, and I'm glad to hear that regulations are in draft and will be initiated later this year. I certainly hope that development of those regs includes consultation with gender-based violence advocates. We know that there have been some gaps, around school code of conduct in terms of perspective there. So I think making sure that those changes reflect really meaningful, rich consultation with those groups. So because we know that the rate of sexual and gender-based harassment in the skilled trades is high, I'm wondering, Chair, if the minister can speak to the safeguards that are in place to support female and gender diverse apprentices that are completing apprenticeships. If in the event that if they were to experience harassment in the context of their apprenticeship, journey-person relationship, what pathways exist to switch as you are being trained to mitigate continued exposure to problematic or abusive behavior?
I recognize the Minister of Labor, Skills and Immigration.
I'd like to say that like anybody experience harassment in the workplace is not acceptable. It's 100% not acceptable. I advanced my career at West, and I started on the tool, started on the end of the shovel, and made my way up into management and stuff and overseeing crews. And, there's a couple of times in life that I could think that where somebody was harassing or aggressing female or gender diverse people. And, right away, like zero tolerance, like gone, like fired, like not rehired, get rid of the aggressor. But to also, it's important to have those support systems in place to find the right fit, right? I know my wife wrote a journal on some of the things that she experienced in the trades, and it's just friggin' horrific. I think the times are are changing from 15 years ago. There's still a way to go. And that's why we're working with our sector partners to best support the needs. And I want you to know that that we lead by creating a culture of safety to report, and we're working across governments to educate people on gender-based violence. And the reporting thing is, you know, I think it comes through orientations as well, is some people be afraid to mention that this is happening, right? And think, oh, I'm going to lose my job or this. And I think during the onboarding and the education piece that everybody could play a role in and companies can play a role in is this, there's, like, I have absolutely less than zero tolerance and of any of this harassment on the work site. And I'm optimistic, you know, through the right education pieces, we could have a greater cultural shift. But there's work to do.
I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
You know, I take the minister, you know, at face value that you're entirely sincere about trades-based workplaces being safe workplaces for everybody. So there's no question of your resolve to meet the challenge. I guess what I would say is not all trades-based workplaces are corporate in structure. You know, we've talked about a number of pathways into the trades, you know, especially for younger people, right? Direct entry into the trades. You know, you may be working in a company of one person, right? Where the boss and the HR person to whom you would complain are one and the same. And I guess my question is, you know, recognizing that there are a variety of apprenticeship arrangements. Sometimes you're working with a journey person who's an employee of a larger entity, and the reporting mechanism is to somebody separate. It may alleviate some of the stress there. But lots of apprentice to journey person relationships are one-to-one. And in the event that there is harassment in the context of that relationship, the inherent power imbalance is massive, particularly for apprentices who are young. And, you know, even if there is a willingness to report, the disruption to the arrangement, it's hard to find a journey person to take you on. And I guess I'm asking about, you know, has the department turned its mind to those relationships? And, you know, how is the continuity, you know, like are the hours of that Red Seal process disrupted by having to find somebody new, a new journey person to take over so that, you know, an apprentice is not, in effect, a hostage to an abusive journey person who's sort of the Red Seal sponsor? You know, if there is no such pathway, I guess what I'm asking the minister, perhaps, you know, this is, you know, given the prevalence of gender-based violence and harassment for women and gender-diverse individuals in the skilled trades, this appears to be an area, if there's not a response to that in place at the present, this seems to me, if we're really going to tap into women and gender-diverse individuals to fill vital labor shortages in the skilled trades, this seems to be a key priority to sort of take note of and begin work on immediately.
I'll ask the minister to answer the question and then to, as agreed upon by the caucuses, to read their closing remarks and move their estimates.
Okay.
And then we'll go to take a recess and go to another department.
Okay.
I recognize the Minister of Labor, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the member for this very important question. Just let me break this down a bit. So we would have our formal processes, which would be our labor standards, our Human Rights Commission for reporting. We have our OH&S Act. We have the Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency, and I can say this is aware of issues, and there's flexibility. They will work with individuals. They'll work with people. And we're committed to the discussion and concrete action, bringing sectors or community or advocacy and government together. Like, I just can't say enough. Like, if you take anything from this, this is something that the department, that myself, that this government takes very serious, and we'll work together to address these issues 100%. Now, if I may. E15 resolved that a sum not exceeding $246,453,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Labor, Skills and Immigration pursuant to the estimate.
Shall the resolution stand? Shall. The resolution is stood. We shall take a recess as we set up with the next department. Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 1:13 p.m. The Subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Public Service Commission as outlined in Resolution E36. Just to be clear, there is no budget line for African Nova Scotian affairs. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $25,699,000. I will now invite the Minister of the Public Service Commission and African Nova Scotian Affairs to make opening comments up to an hour, if they wish, to introduce their staff to the committee. I recognize the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues. It is an honor to be before you today to discuss the budget and priorities of the Public Service Commission. Before I begin, I want to take a moment to acknowledge that the land on which we work and live is Mi'kma'ki, the traditional and ancestral homeland of the Mi'kmaq people. Our relationship is built on a series of sacred and historic friendship treaties, which remind us of our shared commitment to reconciliation and mutual respect. We pay our respects to the Mi'kma'ki and recognize that in Nova Scotia, we are all treaty people. It is a privilege to address the Committee of the Whole, House on Supply, to discuss the budget and the initiatives of the Public Service Commission. The work of this department is not always in the spotlight, but it plays a critical role in ensuring that government functions efficiently, equitably, and effectively to meet the needs of all Nova Scotians. Joining me today are Minister Melissa McKinnon, Commissioner of the Public Service, Deputy Tracy Thomas, African Nova Scotian Affairs, Cynthia Ryan, Executive Director of the Corporate Services Division at the Public Service Commission. Mr. Chair, as we all know, Nova Scotia is changing. It is growing in ways that we have not seen in decades. Our population is increasing, our economy is evolving, and our communities are becoming more diverse and dynamic. This is an exciting time for our province, but it is also a time that requires careful planning, strong leadership, and the ability to adapt to new realities. We must ensure that our public service reflects the people it serves and is equipped with the knowledge, the skills, and resources necessary to meet the demands of today and prepare for the challenges of tomorrow. The public service is the backbone of government. Behind every policy, every service, and every initiative, there are thousands of dedicated professionals working hard to improve the lives of Nova Scotians. These are the people who ensure our healthcare system functions, our schools are staffed, our roads are maintained, and our communities are supported. They are the individuals who take on complex challenges, implement new policies, and work tirelessly to deliver essential programs and services. Today, I want to take this opportunity to recognize their dedication and to outline how we are supporting them. I will be speaking about the steps we are taking to strengthen our workforce, improve recruitment and retention, promote diversity and inclusion, and enhance workplace well-being. I will also outline some of the key budgetary decisions that will help us achieve these goals. There is a great deal to cover, from workforce planning and recruitment to mental health supports and equity initiatives. So let's get started. For 25-26, the PSC's budget estimate is $25,699, supporting 192.4 full-time equivalent positions. This represents an increase of $1,866,000 over the previous year, reflecting the necessary investments we are making to strengthen our workforce and improve service delivery. This increase is primarily due to the approved public sector wage mandate increase of 2%, effective April 1st, 2025. It also includes annual step increases for eligible employees, as well as wage adjustments resulting from reclassifications. These changes will ensure that we remain competitive in attracting and retaining top talent while supporting equity across the public service. We are continuously looking for ways to improve efficiency and streamline processes, ensuring that our resources are used effectively to support the needs of Nova Scotians. This includes modernizing our HR systems, improving employee support services, and enhancing our recruitment and retention strategies. The Public Services Commission mandate is to determine the human resource management policies, programs, standards, and procedures necessary for the public service, and to provide the direction, advice, and assistance that's needed to apply and implement them. It sounds very process-oriented, Mr. Chair, and it is. But it is at the core of the Public Service Commission is about people. I want to digress just for a moment and say that I'm familiar with a lot of this because my career as a budget analyst and a business planning and budgeting manager has provided me not only with a good understanding, but experience in the budget planning and planning process of our government. The process first starts with capital, and in February, where we outline the planning and the spending on infrastructure, buildings, highways, IT for the upcoming fiscal year. Budget consultations, where Nova Scotians were invited to submit their ideas for the next provincial budget. This was an opportunity to hear directly from Nova Scotians who help inform government policies and decisions. Budget formulation, or building the budget. This is where government reviews the economic outlooks. It reviews the priorities along with feedback from Nova Scotians and builds the budget for the year ahead. This budget is then presented as estimates for the year ahead based on government priorities and outlines the spending and the revenue estimates, letting Nova Scotia know where the money is coming from and how it will be spent. The budget is normally approved in the month of March. Then, after this is all done, public accounts, which are usually released in July, compare the actual financial results to the budget plan for the previous year. And finally, forecast updates. Twice a year and at budget day, our government updates Nova Scotia on whether income and tracking are in line with the budget and if any adjustments will be required. That is the whole process behind the budget. But breaking it down into the priorities, let me do that for the Public Service Commission. Our work at the Public Service Commission is all about supporting Nova Scotians by making sure that government has the right people to serve Nova Scotians' needs. In a challenging labor market and with a growing and diversifying population, the task is more important than ever. At the Public Service Commission, we support our client departments by setting and advising on corporate HR policies, standards, and processes, and working with them to implement them. And we provide programs that support our public servants, such as medical and dental benefits, those offered through Workplace Mental Health, which was the first unit of its kind in this country. Our 4 departmental divisions work together to support the needs of our departments and civil servants. Client service delivery is the frontline HR support. Our HR business partners in departments, they build strong relationships and understanding of their client departments and coach, consult, and support all levels of management and employees within a complex unionized and non-unionized environment. This might include things like strategic consulting and coaching on performance management, structural and staffing issues, workforce planning, attendance and absence management, organizational design, issue resolution, acts and regulations, legislation, and collective agreements. The Corporate Service Division provides specialized support services to all government departments, agencies, boards, and commissions, as well as some provincial public sector entities. This includes things like corporate learning policy and planning, accountability reporting, HR systems, data and analytics, information and records management, employee surveys, and internal communications and corporate recognition programs, such as the Long Service Awards and Premier's Award of Excellence. The Strategic Advisory and Support Service Division of the PSC is responsible for leading employee relations, collective bargaining, and supporting interpretation and administration of collective agreements, grievance adjudication, and advising government on terms and conditions of employment for non-bargaining unit employees. The Public Service Commission holds group insurance benefits plans on behalf of government. This division provides a financial management of the plans, advises on benefits-related issues, and administers the plans to members, including employees, retirees, and their families. The division is also responsible for workplace health and safety and providing advice and support on absence management, return to work, and duty to accommodate matters. This includes working with case managers for service providers for the short-term illness program, the long-term disability program, or workers' compensation when there is an employee absent or they need to facilitate an employee's safe return to work. Excuse me, the recruitment, compensation, and classification division is a new formed team, pulling together the delivery of recruitment services, as well as all classification and compensation services across government. Recruitment services including overseeing and supporting managers through the hiring process. This ranges from posting job opportunities, candidate sourcing, and supporting the selection process to ensure qualified employees are supporting government and the public we serve. The team provides classification and compensation services and advice for government, including classifying all excluded and bargaining positions, and ensures equitable classification and pay structures are in place to attract top talent. The division is also responsible to provide compensation services to the broader public sector, which includes maintaining consistent compensation practices to ensure equitable and competitive remuneration for employees across sectors. The Public Service Commission currently supports 13,215 individuals across 11,324 full-time equivalent positions. This includes a diverse mix of full-time employees, casual workers, relief workers, contract employees, part-time employees, temporary employees, individuals in specialized roles, and seasonal workers. Approximately 75% of our workforce is unionized, with an average age of 47 and an average tenure of 12 years. We are also proud to have strong female representation, with 55% of employees identifying as women. And today, I certainly want to recognize International Women's Day, and that the public service certainly plays a role in terms of women in various fields in the public service and in diverse fields, leadership roles, executive roles. One of our key challenges is planning to retain the necessary knowledge and skill needed to deliver effective services to Nova Scotians. Annually, we see around 12% of our employees move to other departments for new opportunities. Currently, there are 15% of our workforce is eligible to retire, with another 7% reaching eligibility within the next 5 years. Among leadership positions, 18% could retire by the end of this fiscal year. These numbers are fairly consistent with other provinces, but highlight the importance of proactive workforce planning, succession planning, and leadership development. We must ensure that we have a strong pipeline of talent to fill critical roles as employees retire. This means investing in recruitment, training, and professional development to prepare the next generation of leaders. It also means creating a workplace culture that attracts and retains top talent by offering competitive wages, meaningful work, and opportunities for growth. Mr. Chair, our world has changed a great deal in recent years, and the Public Service Commission's work has changed as well. We are focused on policies that will help us attract and retain the diverse workforce we need to support the needs of all Nova Scotia. Diversity makes us stronger, and our government is committed to fostering an inclusive workplace. Over the years, we have taken significant steps to improve representation and create equitable opportunities for all employees. Some of our efforts include hiring a senior advisor for EDIA to provide strategic guidance, partnering with key offices like the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism, African Nova Scotian Affairs, and LNU Affairs. Organizing the biennial diversity conference, which saw 4,501 registrations and featured 8 unique sessions, including a keynote speaker. An updated employee equity policy will be rolled out in 25-26 with enhanced transparency, barrier removal, and expanded equity groups. Tracking and reporting diversity in our workplace is a priority, and our self-identification tool allows employees to securely provide demographic information that helps shape our workforce strategy. And Mr. Chair, the PSC also leads corporate equity, diversity, inclusion, and accessibility training, which includes a wide variety of training for employees across government, including mandatory training such as diversity, inclusion, and employment equity, introduction to disability, introduction to accessibility barriers and solutions, and diversity for leaders, as well as other courses like Human Resources 101, Acadé at a Glance, and French language courses, African Nova Scotians, Historical and Contemporary Realities, Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity 101, Understanding the Treaty Relationship. There are also EDIA courses as part of our leadership development programs for supervisors, for managers, and executive level employees. And we continue to encourage our leaders to take part in these programs through our Learning Center. Everyone has a role to play in understanding and ensuring equitable workplaces. Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, building the next generation of public servants is key to our success. As of January 2025, 20% of our workforce is under 35, and 71% of those younger workers hold full-time permanent positions. We are making targeted efforts to engage young talent by enhancing our online career site, attending career fairs and university recruitment sessions, offering 528 student recruitment positions annually, including summer placements, internships, and co-op programs, supporting initiatives like the Black Youth Development and Mentoring Program. Between April 2024 and January 1st, 2025, 52% of all hires and rehires brought a younger worker into government, and 30% of these hires identified as employment equity candidates. These efforts are helping to shape a dynamic and diverse workforce for the future. And Mr. Chair, our aim is to recruit the top talent to work in the public service and to retain them. When we have the right people working for us, we can do our best work for Nova Scotians. We are competing with the private sector, but we do believe that we have a unique appeal. It is well understood that we offer good wages, benefits, and stability. If you're a young professional or a new Canadian looking to build your life here, all of this is very attractive. But the most important thing is a sense of pride, purpose, and fulfillment that so many people get by working in public service. Our employees work on big, complex issues like poverty, housing, climate change, healthcare, education, and so many more. Our work makes a difference in our communities and for our friends and neighbors. That's something that we hear time and time again from public service employees. Their passion, pride, and sense of fulfillment they get from serving our province and the people of this province. We saw during the pandemic just how creative and solution-oriented our staff can be, and we need that now more than ever. There's nothing better than coming to work every day in an environment where your expertise, your problem-solving skills, and your creativity is used to benefit all Nova Scotians. We also realize that these issues are complex, and sometimes employees need additional supports. The PSC is committed to supporting workplaces that promote, protect, and support our employees' mental health. Nova Scotia was the first provincial government to adopt the psychological health and safety standard from the Mental Health Commission of Canada. Workplace mental health, created in 2018, was also a first in Canada, and other jurisdictions are looking at its success. The Workplace Mental Health Unit includes a team dedicated to helping employees find mental health and wellness resources and supports through their navigation services, peer support, training, and evaluation. Mr. Chair, we have many mental health and wellness supports, services, and providers for employees and managers. These include training, employee engagement initiatives, the Employee and Family Assistance Program, or EFAF, short-term illness, or STI, support program, long-term disability, LTD benefits, and many more. Staff from Workplace Mental Health provide confidential help to departments and employees to navigate and access these supports. They have built peer support programs in partnership with employee networks and department teams. They continue to increase awareness of psychological health and safety and mental well-being by addressing stigma, through government-wide educational services. These include events and information shared through its website and the Life Speak platform, which provides instant access to expert advice on a variety of topics, from mental health to relationships to personal finances. Workplace mental health is also responsible for delivering an evidence-based education program developed by the Mental Health Commission of Canada called The Working Mind. Supporting the well-being of our employees is a top priority. The Workplace Mental Health Unit provides valuable resources, including trauma and psychological support, the Employee and Family Assistance Program, training sessions on resilience and mental health literacy. Since launching in 2018, this initiative has grown into an integral support system. It is now fully funded through government, ensuring continued access to confidential mental health services for our employees. We provide colleagues with information on available services across Nova Scotia, such as the crisis hotlines like Briney House and Millbrook Family Healing Center, or counseling services like the Association of Black Social Workers. Staff and managers can access confidential support through EFAP programs, including resources like Life Speak and TELUS Health. Our staff receives applied suicide intervention skills training to help recognize and respond to employees in crisis. All support materials are available 24/7 on our internal employee website, The Hub. The staff are doing tremendous work. Mr. Chair, and that is part of what makes the province so attractive as an employer. We are proud of the work of the Workplace Mental Health team, and we're grateful for the role it will continue to play in supporting the mental health and well-being of our employees. Mr. Chair, as you can see, the Public Service Commission does a great deal to support the important work that Nova Scotians rely on. We work hard to be a supportive employer to attract and keep the people we need to serve the needs of our growing and changing population. And to do that, we want to support a smart, creative, diverse, efficient, and dedicated workforce. A diverse and represented workforce makes our government stronger and ensures better services for all Nova Scotians. That is why, in addition to my role with the Public Service Commission, I am proud to also stand before you as Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs. The well-being of our communities is not reflective solely by economic figures. Our government is committed to fostering an inclusive, diverse, and accessible Nova Scotia. Through targeted initiatives and funding, we aim to ensure that all Nova Scotians, regardless of background or ability, have access to opportunity and resources they need to succeed. Our work in this area is foundational to building a province that values and celebrates diversity. African Nova Scotian Affairs is a critical component of our government's efforts to address the challenges faced by African Nova Scotians and people of African descent. Through funding programs and policy initiatives, the Division of African Nova Scotian Affairs works to promote equality, cultural preservation, and economic opportunity, ensuring that the rich heritage and contribution of African Nova Scotians and people of African descent are recognized and celebrated. Championing the interests of African Nova Scotian communities within the government framework is a multifaceted endeavor involving strategic collaboration across various government departments. This concerted effort has led to significant issues, such as the launch of a government-wide equity and anti-racism strategy, the development of an African Nova Scotian tourism strategy, and targeted support for Black-led community housing initiatives. Moreover, the partnership with educational institutions to foster agricultural opportunities and the support for anti-Black racism research in sports are testament to ongoing commitment to inclusivity and representation. Additionally, the Land Titles Initiative has been a critical step towards providing clear land titles to residents, making progress in securing land rights for African Nova Scotian communities. I know that our corporate strategies, policies, and initiatives will support and strengthen our departments and help government deliver on our commitments to Nova Scotians. I look forward to the year ahead and the challenges and opportunities that it will bring. I would be happy and honored to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And just for clarity, I'm going to read the full resolution. Unfortunately, I only read half the script, so I want to be very clear on this. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $25,699,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Public Service Commission pursuant to the estimate. Okay, now according to the practice that has developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses take turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour each. Now, I will note that we have 1 hour and 18 minutes left before the end of estimates. During a caucus's turn, the members within a caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimate resolution. Only the minister may answer questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. To begin the examination, I now recognize the official opposition, starting with the member from Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for that. I was able to check off a number of things as you were speaking, so it's really, really nice to be able to just absorb the information. Through the Public Service Commission, we know that there are a number of folks who have been a part of this, the commission for a number of years and tenure, and they are very proud, and they love the work that they do because this is why they're there. They really appreciate being a part of the government work. So in legislature, I've asked the minister a number of times about FTEs, and looking through the whole budget, I see that there's a decrease of 159 FTEs in the budget documents. Other than retirement, can the minister shed light on why the decrease in FTEs is happening now?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. First of all, the FTE count, full-time equivalent, is reflective of each department's staffing needs for the year. And it's then adjusted annually accordingly. The majority of the 159 FTE positions that you identified in terms of reductions are due to what we call natural attrition. And so those are things such as retirements and voluntary departure. When I say a voluntary departure, I mean either they've left the public service for another opportunity. When we look at the whole public service, which consists of over 11,000 employees, I think it's like 11,300 plus employees, the reduction of 159 position is relatively small in scale. So that is the 159 full-time equivalents. And so again, majority through attrition and voluntary departures.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so through the natural attrition piece, are we not filling these positions with new hires? Are they going to be taken back as a staff number? So will the FTE be filled besides those natural attritions?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. Is that,
We can just address it as a member.
Okay.
We're adjacent. We're all friendly
Absolutely.
here. It's Friday.
Absolutely, no worries. It's
No
Friday.
opposites here.
Okay.
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, and thank you to the member for the question. The question being about those, whether there will be those the 159 positions will be filled. That will be the responsibility of the department. The department will determine whether or not those positions are filled. Now, that 159 number in terms of reduction, that was that's the forecast to the end of this fiscal year, 24-25. That number could change next year. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I kind of thought about that as well. And so that's why I thought I'd ask, because, you know, when we think about what we need as capacity within all the departments and the services that we provide, and just being a part of like my own office and knowing that, you know, there's a ton of services that really do need that extra care and help, losing staff really does make an impact. So I'm glad to hear that there will be, at some point, depending on the department, they'll be filling those spaces. Hopefully we'll see a difference in the next year's budget, and then we can I can reflect it then. I mentioned that this amount because it wasn't this amount last year. And so I know that retirement does play a role, but it is a large number when you think about, you know, the departments and how many folks that may be leaving departments. So in saying that, are you confident that with these decreases that the departments are able to function at a full capacity? Are they going to be able to really do the work that they've been expected to do? And I know that the minister mentioned, you know, during COVID, there was a lot of work put on these folks, and so and we will be looking at you know, additional pressures, especially now where the tariffs are here. So I'm just curious to know, are you confident that with these numbers being decreased, that we're going to be able to do the work that needs to be done in the manner and the efficiency in which, you know, the minister has stated in the beginning?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. Our role, you know, in terms of the Public Service Commission, we work with every department, and each department, they have an HR plan, and where they identify the needs in terms of staffing resources that they require. Now, if for a reason, I mean, if we want to look at the tariffs, if there are additional resources required there, then, you know what, that will definitely be looked at. We also have learning and development, you know, to, you know, look at those needs. You know, what are the department's needs? What are, you know, the department's, you know, requirements? One of the things is things are changing so quickly. And so those needs are changing quickly. And so if the department needs additional resources, you know what? Then, they can prepare a submission to Treasury, to Finance and Treasury Board for those additional, positions. But of course, there's a plan that we start with. Each department has their own HR plan, their staffing plan, and, it's flexible in terms of if there are additional resources needed here, then the PSC will assist the departments in, reviewing their resources and finding those additional resources where they are needed.
I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, we recognize that the 159 FTEs is a global number. The overall loss of 159 full-time equivalent positions is occurring across a number of departments. It's not centralized to the Public Service Commission, so we're clear on that. But we have some questions about, we have some breakdown of where those losses are coming. And I'd like to ask about a few of them in particular. 40 of those 159 FTEs lost to what you're calling natural attrition are coming in cybersecurity. But it's a puzzling loss to us. Ever since the Conservative government called loudly for the resignation of former Minister Patricia Arab for a data breach, this government has been at the helm for 3 data breaches that dwarfed the one that they called for the minister's resignation on. And just months ago, there was a massive data breach connected to Power School, where the personal information of school staff in the Cape Breton Victoria Regional Centre for Education had identifiable data that compromises their identity and their financials lost as well. Can you shed light on why, given the prevalence of data breach issues that that have persisted? I don't doubt that people are working hard to safeguard the data of Nova Scotians, but given the recent struggles and challenges, why the decision to not fill 40 full-time equivalent positions in cybersecurity can be justified in this budget?
I recognize the minister.
Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. With regards to with regards to those 40 positions, I would suggest that that's not something that, cybersecurity would share with us. So you'd have to reach out to that particular department to get the particulars of those 40 positions.
I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
I think I just heard the minister previously say that projections and rationales for those projections are shared with the Public Service Commission, and yet you don't have on hand a rationale for the overall decrease of 40 FTEs from cybersecurity?
I recognize the minister. I now recognize the minister.
Thank you, and thank you to the member for the question. When we get the information from the departments, it's basically rolled up. So the actual detail would be with the department. So you would reach out to the department for the actual detail.
I recognize the member for Sackville-Cobequid.
I guess I would just, formally register concern on the part of the official opposition, given the prevalence of ongoing, data security issues on this government's watch, that it would see fit to decrease the complement of staff to buttress the privacy and the safeguarding of Nova Scotians' information. And in particular, those breaches have had particular impact on provincial employees and public employees like teachers. It's a head-scratching move to see those positions go unfilled, or at a time that they're arguably needed more than ever. Another figure that I'd like to dig into a little bit. This government has made no small show of its pride in what it uses rhetoric such as unprecedented, historic, generational, transformational, when it refers to its budget, including its plan for capital spending in this budget, and in particular to that has been its highlight on spending on things that really fall under the purview of public works. So I'm wondering, what's the rationale at a time that the government is making what it calls a generational, transformational investment in capital spending in Nova Scotia, which presumably means a significant number of new monumental public works projects, why we were seeing a reduction in 12 full-time equivalents in the Department of Public Works at a time that capital spending is, by the government's own framing, never been bigger.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for the Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. You talked about the 12 vacancies with Public Works. And again, most of this, the specifics of these positions would come from the department. And of course, the departments prioritize their needs and the resources that they require. Also, from Build Nova Scotia and Links Nova Scotia, which are ground corporations, additional staffing could also come from them.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering, Chair, if the minister could shed some light on her role as lead for the Public Service Commission. As individual departments, constructing their own HR plans for the work that's entrusted to them. Whether or not the minister provides any feedback about potential flags with those plans. I guess the development of a provincial budget is a lengthy process, and the likelihood that the minister would be unaware of sort of the scope or the plans for the coming budget, and then to kind of have a number come across the desk from Public Works at a time that that folio is looking to spend unprecedented amounts of public money. How would she have advised the department on whether or not the loss of 12 positions, those aren't 12 vacancies, those are 12 positions that have been deleted from the department. How would she, what is her purview to provide counsel against such moves, noting the government's priority to invest so heavily in capital spending and capital projects?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for the Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. The Public Works, again, they manage their own budgets, they manage their own projects. Unless there's, something specific or there's, something out of the ordinary that we recognize or that is brought to our attention. There are, of course, a number of projects that end, and so if they require additional resources for newer projects that are being introduced, then they would put in the necessary submission. But again, we will do our best to monitor and to pay attention, to their resources.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
I mean, I thank the minister for the answer. I'm still a bit befuddled by why at a time the government is spending so much on new capital projects that one of the arms of government that is going to have a lion's share responsibility for carrying forward that work is letting 12 full-time equivalent positions walk out the door to atrophy. It's a very puzzling choice and exercise of oversight. I'm not sure I'm going to get any clearer an answer than I have already, but again, this is estimates, and on behalf of the official opposition, there's a sense of dismay at sort of the disconnect between we're going to do this big work and we're going to reduce the size of the workforce that's going to do it. It just seems there's a dissonance there that's hard to reconcile. There are 14 full-time equivalent positions that are being lost to Service Nova Scotia in this budget. In the past, Service Nova Scotia administers programs like HARP, and HARP has been widely reported as a program where people needing support have struggled to have their applications processed and responded to in a timely way because there was insufficient staff to respond to those applications. I understand. We prepare a budget under certain assumptions and in a certain climate. But this government's been aware of the potential for dire tariffs by the former host of The Apprentice for months, and I don't think it's unreasonable to expect the government to have anticipated that the cost pressures of tariffs will drive additional pressure and demand for programs like HARP. That's a program where Service Nova Scotia's staffing levels have made it difficult for Nova Scotians to access the support they need in a timely way. And now they're losing 14 FTEs at a time that programs like HARP are more than likely to see a spike in demand as people already struggling across Nova Scotia to pay for bills, to pay for groceries, to pay for heat, to pay for rent. I have a sense that the answer to this will be Service Nova Scotia puts forward a number. But again, I wonder about the oversight role of the minister as head of the Public Service Commission to say, hey, this is on the horizon. Is the best move to make? I'm just wondering if, where in the machine is there opportunity for the minister to feed back to departments who put forward a plan that don't respond to things that are emerging in the immediate, that create short-term and intermediate pressures that may not have been accounted for in the preparation of budget submissions by departments.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Service Commission.
Thank you, and thank you to the member for the question. These are regular attritions, those positions which the departments are accountable for and which they would manage on their own. Like I do have regular consultations with my colleagues, but these numbers are on a smaller scale. Also with Service Nova Scotia, like we said, regular attrition, some of those services that they offer, there's also, and this is something that you can reach out to the department with regards to, some of those services could have transferred to online.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
I've heard the speaker, I've heard the minister allude to the government's desire, this overall reduction in 159 FTEs. The loud and clear rationale is for additional flexibility to respond to emerging needs, to move resources where they're needed. And yet, we have an unprecedented capital expenditures budget in front of us with a decrease in FTEs. There's flexibility here to redirect additional human resources to the work of capital spending. You know, there's flexibility because of reduction in FTEs to devote additional human resources, not online resources. You know, websites don't accept, process, and respond to applications from hurting Nova Scotians that need relief from heat. With programs like HARP, you know, people do. You know, and all of this these are all foreseeable potentialities. You know, they haven't come about after the budget documents have tabled. You know, the government knew well in advance that it was going to spend this much money on capital spending. The government was aware of the threat of tariffs for 2.5 months before it tabled a budget. And yet we're seeing the claim that the decrease in FTEs is to facilitate flexibility, and yet that flexibility isn't being used to address you know, its own priorities in terms of budget spending and response to tariffs. The third reduction in FTEs I want to ask the minister about is in the area of natural resources. If anything, you know, this government has set off a powder keg of debate in Nova Scotia over its sudden and newfound passion for resource extraction in Nova Scotia. You know, the premier has spoken at large trade shows south of the border, inviting you know, resource companies to come to Nova Scotia because we're open for business, even before the budget was finalized. And at a time the government is intent on cracking open you know, the province to unearth its resources, it's actually decreasing the staff that are in place to manage resource development and regulate resource development. So again, we've got this puzzling contrast between a big ticket promise and a budget, this is what we're going to do, and yet there is a decrease in the human resources to accommodate an uptick in industry in a department that is central to the government's priorities for the coming year. And I have to ask the question about whether or not this overall reduction in FTEs and additional flexibility is tied in some way to an intention to outsource the management of resource development and the regulation of resource development to non-government employees or entities. Because absent additional department staff for those purposes, where is that capacity going to come from?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for the Public Service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. The budgets, of course, are a plan. And so, the resources are based on the conditions, knowing at the time that they're prepared. And in most cases, the budget process starts 6 months prior to. At the end of the day, it is coming from the departments. The departments are accountable for managing their budgets and resources. Throughout the year, there are going to be fluctuations. When I think about the Department of Resources, also energy and renewables and environment, they could potentially work together and collaboratively work together. But at the end of the day, it's the departments that manage their resources. And if there's something that's extreme and out of the way, then those departments would then be known, but they manage it because sometimes, well, the departments manage their resources. In this situation, it's speaking with those specific departments.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the minister's outline of the budget process, but I'll put the question again. It doesn't, that answer doesn't respond to the question that I asked. This government, started preparing a budget 6 months ago. So unless I'm being asked to believe that the government did not have intentions to engage in, wide open resource extraction development, that would have been a priority of government at the time, at the earliest stages of budget development. Presumably, all the departments connected to that work would have been looped in. And I guess that's why I find it puzzling. A government that does its due diligence and says we intend to open this province to broad-based resource extraction, and aggressively so, for a department to respond to that, to say we can accomplish this work with a net decrease of FTEs at a time that you're planning explosive expansion of work, it's truly baffling. And my question was, we've heard Speaker, the minister allude to the reason for 159 FTEs being, farewelled across the public service is so the government has additional flexibility. So I'm asking the question, if we are working with less total resources to oversee resource development and oversee the regulation of resource extraction, is the plan, is the flexibility of the loss of these FTEs to outsource the management of resource development and the management of resource regulation to people outside the government in the coming fiscal year? Because that capacity has to come to somewhere, and there's a diminished capacity within the department based on staffing numbers presented.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for the Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and also to the member for the question. I certainly appreciate the question, but from the perspective of the PSC, the Public Service Commission, we have no intention of replacing individuals through outsourcing. I think that, again, is a question for the departments. The FTE count, again, the full-time equivalent count, is reflective of each department's staffing needs for the year and is adjusted annually accordingly. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable MLA for Sackville-Cobequid with 1040.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, legislation before the House aims to give the government power to terminate provincial employees without cause. The Labor Standards Code of Nova Scotia, Article 71.1 reads, under the heading of dismissal or suspension without just cause, where the period of employment of an employee with an employer is 10 years or more, the employer shall not discharge or suspend that employee without just cause unless that employee is a person within the meaning of the person as used in Clause D, E, F, G, H, or I of subsection 3 of Section 72. And then in Articles 2 and 3, it goes on to outline how an employee who is discharged, an employee with 10 years or more experience, who is dismissed without cause, can make a complaint to the director, and then that an employee that's unsatisfied with the ruling of the director on their unjust dismissal may make a complaint to the Labor Board, presumably. So my question to the minister, at a time that the government is writing into law its unilateral power to dismiss employees in a very tight turnaround without just cause, can the minister tell us what special conditions will be claimed when this government terminates a non-unionized employee who has 10 years or more employment without cause, noting that in the minister's comments and providing an overview of the public service, that on average, its employees have 12 and a half years of seniority in permanent positions?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for the Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. This change will give the government flexibility to respond quickly to the changing needs and make sure that we have the skills in place to effectively serve Nova Scotia. Employees will continue to receive protections like those under human rights regulations or legislations, and also those under common law. The regulations now will be developed in line with those that are currently in place.
I recognize the Honorable MLA for Sackville-Cobequid with 639.
Thank you, Chair. I just read the applicable statute that's in place that given on average, provincial employees have 12-point-something years of service in permanent employment, even where they're not unionized. The law says the employer, in this case the government, shall not. And I know enough about the law that shall is a very, very important word and one around which no person tiptoes or wiggles. The employer shall not discharge or suspend that employee without just cause unless there are special conditions. So I appreciate the minister's response. I've heard it several times in question period, but I'm asking the minister specifically what special conditions will be claimed by the government when it terminates non-unionized employees who have 10 or more years of employment without cause.
I recognize the MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
Noting that regulations, whatever they are under development, cannot supersede a statute in the hierarchy of interpretation. Thank you, Chair.
I recognize the Honorable MLA for, I recognize the Honorable Minister for the Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. I do appreciate the question. The bill, and that's Bill number 1, changes to the Civil Service Act, is right now before the House. And you know what? It will work its way through. The Executive Council will take the lead on this bill, and the Public Service Commission will work alongside of them.
I recognize the Honorable Minister Public Service Commission.
Sorry,
I
yeah,
apologize for cutting you off.
Sorry, just to say that the bill continues to work its way through the House. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable MLA for Sackville-Cobequid with minute 25.
Just to follow up to the previous question, Chair, the current statute says that no employer shall discharge or disband an employee with 10 years of service unless there are special conditions, shall not. So I'm going to put the question this way. Does this government take the position that budget flexibility that it has uttered numerous times in debate on Bill 1 on this issue, budget flexibility, does it constitute a legitimate special conditions under the current statute?
Order. Before I move to, before I pass questioning to the Liberal Party, I'd like to ask the Minister, we have 17 minutes, 30 seconds left. I'd like to know how long you would need, you believe you'll need for closing comments and read the resolution.
Okay. Approximately 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll try to be quick so I can give the time back to my colleagues now, seeing that the Minister needs 10 minutes to close. It's on the same topic, and through you to the Minister, we've heard the same message over and over again about this is about flexibility for the government to be adaptive to changing circumstances, but you're talking about thousands of employees who are wondering why this is necessary now to have this placed in, and I would be happy to get an answer of why around the strategy this is necessary, only because there are other, as you know, my colleague went into great detail on one example, but there are other ways that employees go through an evaluation process, and they go through probationary periods, and the government has only been able to say, well, we're doing this to adapt to and be flexible around the future. But I guess my question is I'm just looking for a direct reason why the government needs to place this legislation over the heads of thousands of public service employees who do really good work for us. So I'll leave it there, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sydney, Member 2.
And upon the answer to that question, I'll be conceding my time back to my colleagues with the NDP.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Minister for the Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. As noted, not really saying anything new. We're working in a climate of uncertainty, and uncertainty requires flexibility. This is a mechanism that will be used very thoughtfully and carefully as we approach all our staffing decisions. Thank you.
I apologize. I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to ask a few questions about ANSA, so we'll shift gears. Thank you. Yep. So my first question, and I'll just read out a bit just so you have understanding. Dr. Ingrid Waldron has recently completed a study titled Building Capacity Around Climate Change Preparedness in Our African Nova Scotian Communities. She summarized the findings in a policy brief for elected officials specifically. And there are recommendations in that brief outlining a number of areas where government could become more involved to help African Nova Scotian communities adjust to the increasing risks of forest fires and rising sea levels. So has the minister met with Dr. Waldron, and can the minister outline what steps have been taken to address the climate-related concerns of these communities?
Order. I just want to say to the minister that we have less than 10 minutes left, so you can answer the question and cede the time for your closing comments, or you can move to closing comments. Thank you. The minister will answer the question. Are you ready? So I recognize the Minister of Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And that would be the Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs. And it's, in this instance, it's okay. It's okay. We have not met with Dr. Ingrid Waldron at this point. We are supporting the consultation that did take place in community that developed the report. This is an ongoing initiative, and we will continue to support it. Thank you.
So time has expired for questioning. I'd ask the minister to move to her closing comments. I will call order with the 1 minute left to leave time for you to read the resolution. I recognize the Minister of Public Service Commission and African Nova Scotian Affairs.
Mr. Chair, as we wrap up this discussion, I want to take a moment to reflect on the shared purpose that unites us across government. The commitment to building a stronger, more inclusive, and more resilient Nova Scotia. The Public Service Commission plays a central role in this mission. We are responsible for attracting, for developing, and retaining the talent that keeps our government running efficiently. Our focus remains on fostering a workplace that is supportive, innovative, and reflective of the diverse communities we serve. We recognize that times they are a-changing. Economic uncertainty, evolving workplace expectations, and global shifts continue to impact how we work and how we serve Nova Scotians. But with every challenge comes an opportunity to improve how we support one another, to remain respectful in our discussions, and to recognize the dedication of all of those around us. I want to take this moment to express my deep appreciation for every public servant. Whether you work on the front lines, delivering services, support operations behind the scenes, or guide policy decisions, your work matters. You are the foundation of this province, and your contributions directly impact the lives of Nova Scotians everywhere. To my fellow ministers and colleagues in government, a thank you for your continued collaboration and leadership. It is through our collective efforts that we can build a government that is fair, effective, and responsive to the needs of our communities. In addition to my role with the PSC, I'm so proud to stand before you today as Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs, a department that's deeply rooted in the history and future of this province. The well-being of our communities is not measured solely in economic terms. It is measured in access and opportunity and recognition. It is about ensuring that every Nova Scotian, regardless of background, has the ability to thrive. The government has made a clear and unwavering commitment to supporting African Nova Scotians, and this year marks a major milestone in that journey. In January of 2025, the Premier proclaimed the second International Decade for People of African Descent from 2025 to 2034. During African Heritage Month at the Black Cultural Center, this affirmed Nova Scotia's commitment to justice, recognition, and development for African Nova Scotians and people of African descent. Over the past decade, more than $9 million has been invested in initiatives aimed at justice reform, economic empowerment, cultural preservation, and community development. Some of those most impactful projects include the expansion of the Richard Preston Center of Excellence, providing increased access to education and community services. The construction of the Jakba Community Center, strengthening community ties in Jordantown, Acaciaville, and Conway. The establishment of the African Nova Scotian Justice Institute, the first of its kind in Atlantic Canada, advancing justice and equity, and the enhancement of the Black Cultural Center's digital repository, preserving historical resources for future generations. These initiatives are not just investment. They are about progress. They are about making sure that African Nova Scotian history, culture, and contribution are not only recognized, but embedded in the fabric of this province. At the heart of both the Public Service Commission and African Nova Scotian Affairs is a shared goal to build a more inclusive, responsive, and equitable Nova Scotia. We know that when we invest in people, communities, and opportunities, we all move forward together. We know that when we create spaces where public servants feel valued and supported, we build a workforce that is motivated and ready to serve. And we know that when we uplift historically underrepresented communities, we create a future that is fairer, stronger, and more prosperous for everyone. To our dedicated public servants,
Order.
Community leaders.
Order, we have to move to your resolution. I apologize. I recognize the Minister of Public Service Commission and African Nova Scotian Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $25,699,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Public Service Commission pursuant to the estimate.
Shall the resolution stand? The resolution has stood. So I asked, it is now 3:10 p.m. The maximum 40 hours allotted to the subcommittee for consideration of the estimates assigned to it has elapsed. The subcommittee must now report to the committee of the whole on supplies. So please return to your seat in the chambers, and we have a message from the chief clerk that he would like us to return as quickly as possible. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.